How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Can you hear me? We all right? Everything all right? Where's my... Music may be kind of loud. I don't know. It doesn't seem that loud, but it might be. I don't know. Ugh. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ah, my glove. All right. Gotta move stuff off my desk. Dude, I haven't eaten it. Why is it that whenever I go live on stream, the first thing I think about is the fact that I haven't eaten anything today? Now I'm really hungry. Fuck. Shit. God damn it. Okay, all right. Let's switch. Make sure that's up. Oh, I didn't link these two. There we go. Okay. That's better. Solo guys, how's it going? How's everything? Turn my volume down a little bit. It's been a weird week. I mean, it continues to be. My schedule is all kinds of fucked up, but you know, it happens. Things happen, right? What are you gonna do about it? But I hope you guys are doing well. And you know, I will just never understand. I will just never. It is never gonna make sense to me. But okay, whatever. Well, I guess we'll just stop waiting, stop doing whatever, and just kind of just dive into our work then. What else do we got to do? What else is there to do? You know, that reminds me. Apparently, Twitch did something involving stream streaks. I don't know what it was. But I think they changed it so it preserves across over time. I don't actually know, to be honest. They did something. You know that. I don't know what they did. They did something. Anyone got anything going on? Your week doing anything for you? Because I've just been fucking hooped up and stuck to it, taking care of all kinds of nonsense. None of it interesting. I did, however, well, actually didn't make any progress on the stream game, uh, which is, there for you guys to play if you want. I didn't make any progress because, um, I could show you, but it's kind of whatever. It's not as interesting to just to see it, but I'm working on an equipment system or a loot system, and it's I don't want to say it's very difficult, but I'm definitely kind of like, I don't have the brain space to to do what I need to properly for it, because I downloaded, like, I don't know, something like 11, like almost 1200 different item icons and pictures and stuff to use for the loot system, and then I have to go through and I have to, like, identify what they all are, like types of what type of item they are. I have to create some sort of organizational system, so it's like, is it a tier system that determines things? Is it, is it purely a list? And then you have to, like, look at all your sprites that you've got, and you have to identify, like, you have to give them a name, or, like, okay, what is this? This is a sword. Well, what kind of sword is it? Is it a nice sword? Is it a is it a cheap sword? Is it a steel sword, an iron sword? Do you need, like, what category would it fit? So I don't know. I thought that would be easy, but it actually just required more brain space than I had to available at the moment. Oh, this is another thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm actually really interested in getting some opinions. I don't know if it's worth talking about now or waiting until later, because generally, if anyone is gonna be here to, like, hear anything I have to say, it's like in the last hour or so of the stream. So I don't know if it's worth bringing up now and / or just holding off and waiting so I don't have to repeat it. So Here's here's the issue with working on these cover designs right now. Is they want me to do sketches. They want me to do thumbnails for the covers, but I don't actually know what the monster looks like yet. I haven't decided. Like we haven't come to a conclusion on the monster design. Actually, I haven't. Like I submitted a few. The designs that I submitted, they were like, oh, these are cool. Can we get a bunch more? Like, okay. I guess I don't know that, like, the company that hired me is, I think, doing intermediary for someone else. So it's like, they're not the one that's going to be giving feedback, I guess. Then they want me to like flesh out more, you know, more design stuff, but we haven't even, you know, haven't even decided on the basic concept yet. So what else is new? You know, what else is new? You guys are quiet today, huh? Let's see, what can we ramble about? I don't know. Uh, I don't know. You guys want to hear about how I am finally doing my what's it called, doing snake people in my Pathfinder game? I'll take that as a no. Oh, I should just. That's what I was saying. Didn't they just? I thought they just rolled out a change that allowed, like, somewhat recently, that allowed watch streaks to persist across like a time gap. I don't know. I don't know per se. I thought that was a thing they did. Then unfortunately, I do not know. No. Don't know what to tell you. I don't know, no. So, one of the things that I did start doing, kind of on a whim, but I did it because, what's it called? I, what's it called? Because I've been, because of the projects that I've been doing, I was feeling a little bit confident, maybe a little too confident, but you know what? I was feeling, I'm feeling a little bit, you know, with it and about certain things. And so, what I kind of had started thinking about was like, for a long time, I've been complaining that the company that I pay for my portfolio website, which look, I understand that very few people actually visit my website, but that's fine. But the company that I pay for it is very limited in features, in a lot of ways, and I kind of just dealt with it because it's like I didn't have the technical skill to really do anything about it. And so I was just like, yeah, it's whatever, you know. Yes, it's kind of a mediocre pay, like, back end. Like, the front end's fine, but it's like, yes, the back end's kind of mediocre. Yeah, you know, whatever. But I kind of decided that I wanted to start doing something about it. And so I set off and I built a clone of it, because actually, ironically, the template that I'm getting from Format for the website itself is very simple, very basic. Like, it doesn't do anything particularly interesting or unique. And as such, it's very easy to replicate. Because it's just like, it's just a masonry grid style gallery, right? Like, that's it. It's trivially easy. And so I essentially I cloned it from, you know, with HTML and CSS. And I'm currently working on building an entire backend framework that is gonna be like, it is gonna be hosted myself. Like, I'm handling the hosting and all that stuff rather than outsourcing that to a company. And also I'll have full control over all of the HTML, all of the files, etc. It's not like it's not like a Squarespace thing where it's like I go there, you know, I click build a website and then they do everything, right? Like, I'm the one doing everything. And as part of that, I wanted to overhaul my store, my website store, which no one uses, by the way, and that's fine. I'm not complaining that no one uses it, but it unfortunately it just is a fact that no one uses it because no one really visits the website, and I don't push it. But I'd like to do more with it, and so this is kind of where I'm soliciting sort of input or I guess vibe or whatever from from you guys from outside. Is that is that I want to so I want to do basically more prints this year. Like that's my goal. My goal is that I want to be able to I want to try and squeeze in more print illustrations over the course of the year, alongside any other work I do have. Now, it is theoretically possible that I look again. This is it. It's possible that the economy may crash and burn, and I just may not have any work this year, and then I'll have tons of free time. But I want to try and squeeze in a few just non-commissioned pieces. And that's not the issue. Like that's not per se what like the problem. The problem or the experiment, I suppose, is going to come in the form of how I distribute those. So I had bought a bunch of prints. I bought like a stack of prints to take with me to a convention, and I told people on social media and here in stream that I would have some to sell to people who wanted them after the fact. But I didn't, because I sold them all out at the convention, and I haven't bought new ones. And the reason that I haven't gotten around to offering access to the prints that I made is because I hadn't figured, or I hadn't really planned or designed a good way to actually get them to people, right? I don't know if you guys have ever bought merch or anything from a streamer or whatever, but there are some issues with things, and the primary issue is fulfillment, right? And the primary issue is, if someone wants to buy something from me, how do I get it to them? And how do I get it to them in a way that allows me to make profit on the endeavor that makes it worth doing, right? And I understand that sounds very cold and cynical, obviously, but at the end of the day, like if I'm selling something, it has to be worth the effort, right? I have to be able to justify the cost of doing it, and not just be like, yes, I only make like $1 per sale, but I do it anyway for the love of the game. Like, unfortunately, I just can't. That doesn't really work. So, the issue comes down to one of fulfillment. How do I do that? There are two ways to handle getting merch to people. There is, especially when it comes to like printed stuff, there's print on demand, and there's hand shipped, right? Print on demand is very simple. It means that I don't do it's a completely hands-off process. I don't do anything I just upload my design to a website, like, I don't know, fucking print space or whatever. I don't know any websites offhand, like Displayed or something like that, like a website that makes it that they handle the orders. They print one at a time. When the order is made, they handle the shipping, etc. And then essentially they take a cut that's like usually about 50% of the sale. So when I took my prints to convention, just to get to rope you guys into the process here, when I took my prints to my convention, I spent about I want to say I spent total of about $100 getting 50 things, 50 11 by 14 prints done. And something, it was around $100, I want to say. And the and I was so I printed them, and I was able to bring them there to sell them for about $10 a piece. Well, I could probably have sold them for more, but I sold them for about $10 a piece, and was able to sell out. So essentially, roughly $400 in profit, give or take. Actually, didn't bring all of them because some of them didn't come out well. So roughly $350 profit. I can't actually afford to sell prints for $10 online. That's the unfortunate reality of the situation, is I just can't do it. I wish that was not the case, because I think that that's a fair price, but the logistics don't make it possible. Because if that's what I sell them for via print on demand, then I'm essentially making like about $3 a print sale, which is money, but it's like at that point, it's not even like, it's not even a rounding error, it's like, it's hard to justify the work, and it's hard to justify putting more work into bulking up my offerings, the amount of prints I do at that profit per piece, which I hate, because that's what I would like to be able to offer things to people for, right? Like that's genuinely what, I think that's genuinely a fair price. And so it sucks that I can't make it work. So here's kind of how it's looking, at least on my end. I can probably sell via my website print on demand prints, right? Which means that you pay the price, it just gets shipped to your house, no potential issues, no nothing. I am completely uninvolved in the process. I could probably justify it doing it at $20 a print. Maybe 25 if I really want to, or well, 25 if I want to account for the fact that shipping is involved, right? That shipping charge is extra. So I think at $20 I would make about 10, little under 10 a print, and at 25 I'd probably make around $16 a print. I think that's expensive. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's probably too much. But it's either that or not doing. The other option And when I say option, I mean I'm probably going to experiment with doing both of these, but the other option that I can offer is I hand ship the physical product to the customer, right? So you go to my website, you order a print, and I put it in myself. I put it in an envelope. I take it to the post office, and I send it to you. The cost per print is about the cost there is about the same, but there's a lot of work. There's a lot of extra work that I have to do. And so what I thought that I could probably do in that case is I can probably offer hand shipped prints at the cost of about $35, maybe $40 if I want to roll shipping into it. But at that cost, I can afford to throw in extra stuff. So it's like you buy a print, I would be, at that cost, I would throw in stickers, maybe a rotating catalog of stickers, other minor things, and like a printed postcard with a sketch on the back. That I could justify doing that at about $35 to $40 a sale. Oh, and the prints would be signed and numbered and all that stuff. That's where I've kind of landed on this. I don't particularly see any other model as feasible. So I don't know. Let me know if you have any thoughts on the matter. So hot in my room. Jesus Christ. Hey, what's going on? How's it going? What kind of? We're hanging out, doing all right. How's it going? How's it going? I'm just here doing what I always do, which is give long, rambling diatribes about stuff that no one is gonna hear. Talking to myself a lot. maybe just a little too feels like it. Should probably better. I am gonna be right back. I'll be right back. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I was AFK. What happened? What did I miss? What did I miss? I went to go grab some water. What's up? What's up? How's it going? Cool. Very cool. Well, we are as well. I am at least. Just working on some some thumbnail sketches for some cover art that I'm gonna be doing. As I work my way through a couple of thumbnail layouts. What's the story? I don't really know. They don't really ever give me that much information, like contextually. It's generally not, you know, something I'm given. I'm usually just told, this is what you're gonna be drawing, and this is how we want it to kind of feel. All I know is that for whatever tabletop publication that this is, like, I know the name of the company that hired me. I just don't know the name of the book or anything. Like, for example, when I was hired to do stuff for Dungeon Dwellers for Reaper, they were very specific about, you know, letting me know, like, okay, you are doing this, you know. I think we started just doing, I don't even remember what we started doing, but they gave me very specifics about sort of the project it was for. Not so much the world. I don't really know much about the world itself, but I just know, you know, whatever. So for this, I don't know, like, I don't know what the larger project is what I'm trying to say. All I know is that I believe the book that this cover goes to, let me see if I can find it. I believe the book is called, or at least the document is called Muskets and Magic. And the book, the request specifically was for their cover art. They wanted George Washington, the American founding, or the first president of America, and I suppose the general of the Revolutionary Continental Army. They want George Washington as like a fantasy character fighting a Wendigo, which is a mythological creature, in, you know, in the forest, in the snow. Yes, so George Washington fighting a Wendigo in a misty dawn forest. Washington is instantly recognizable, blah 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 blah. The Wendigo bursts out of the fog, skeletal and emaciated. Its face is half human, half bone. Blah blah blah. George Washington standing in supernatural horror in a misty dawn forest. That's what they, that's the basic overview. So yes, it is for a company. The company that hired me is called Brainy Pixel Productions. But I think they may be an intermediary for someone else, because they're I don't think they do any. They don't do tabletop related stuff. That I'm aware of, and so I believe that they are what's it called? I believe that they're like an outsourcing company. I actually don't even know if this is accurate. Hold on. Evolutionary Orchis. It should be. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's just normal gun stuff. Okay. They didn't have not any special model pistol back then. It was all just kind of your generic pirate looking pistol. How you guys doing? You guys chilling? You guys doing all right? Mm. Hey. The only issue, so I'm gonna do more, obviously, but the primary issue for me with this composition, I think, let me check. Hold on. Let's see. How are we with this composition here? It's a little off. It's a little off, and it are these drawings for animation? No, these are they're just thumbnails. Just do it. I'm just working through different designs until I find like, yeah, so it's hard to see, but this is sort of the process. Is when I need to do different thing, like a layout, I wanna experiment with different different structures, different feels. Though these, I would say, these are primarily all the same, and so I am gonna, some of them I'm gonna truncate and I'm gonna replace with something different, but this is just the process. It's you just try out different things until you find the thing that works the best for you. So this one doesn't. No, it's not a storyboard. They're just like, it's gonna be one cover illustration. Like, here, I'll show you. Let me give you an example. Where do I have any other examples? I might not. Might not. Let's see, what do I have? I don't think I have any other really good examples of this, but okay, well, I guess this works. So I have a cover painting that I did. This one, right? So I have this cover painting that I did for Reaper a while back. And when I started this was not how this was not what this painting looked like when it started. This was not how it it took a lot. So it took a lot of work to get here. So for example, so this was one of my first drafts of it. And I don't have the sketch, actually. I don't know if I have the sketch anymore. I might. Let me see. Let's open this. Let's see if the sketch is in here. Because if it is, I can show you the process. File. New. No, there's nothing there. Okay. About here. What about here? Okay. Yeah, so you can see that, I mean, the sketch is like, the sketch, I guess, it is kind of the same. I don't actually know what, I don't know per se what all my sketch layers here are. I'm just gonna get it try and we'll see. No, there's nothing on there. Okay, doesn't matter. So anyway, you can see I had a sketch, and I had some ideas for it, and I started painting on it, and I worked like, you know, but my what happens is as you work on things, so as you work on things, it, you know, like, okay, I have, you know, we have an idea, we're developing it, you know, we're pushing, and it doesn't really, like, at some point it's like it stops working per se, right? So like I got pretty far in this painting, and I think at some point I realized, I think it was probably about here, because these are all work in progresses that I saved. So you can see, like, I'm just as I'm going, I'm trying out new things because I don't like certain aspects of it, or I don't think it's working the way I want it to do, right? So I got about here, and I was at some point I was like, I don't think this is working the way I want it to. And it just doesn't have the structure that I want. And so I think it was this one. Let me see. Yeah. And so I basically stopped and I repainted over, like I painted over the whole thing. And you could see there's still like bits of what I had in there, right? But I wanted, like, just something about it wasn't working, and so I wanted to try something different, and so I just went a completely different direction. Now, and I repainted a lot of stuff, you know, and whatever. And then we worked up our way up to the final version. But that happens a lot when you don't have a solid foundation, or you don't know what you want to do fully before you start, right? And so in order to get here, what I have to do is I have to do thumbnails. I have to try out a bunch of different things and figure out what, you know, which one is going to work best, which one I like the best, you know, and just go from there, right? Like you gotta experiment with it. You gotta gotta try things and fail and do other things. I have plenty of other paintings, but I don't have the sketches for them for some reason. I don't think I saved as many sketches, and I don't know why. And I think that's also largely because a lot of the times I don't know, I tend to be a little bit sort of one and done. What is this? Let's see. What's going on in this file? Oh, yeah, so this is the same thing, right? Not this piece, but here I was working on I was doing some sketches for a group portrait for my Pathfinder group, and I don't know, like I just, I'm just trying different things. I'm just seeing which one I like the most. I didn't end up finishing any of these, but that's just the process. So I think this one right here is definitely very focused here, right? There's gonna be a lot of light here. It may be, the design may be too claustrophobic, I think, but I think we can live with that for the moment. Just having it as a as an option. That's my design. So like I'm gonna steal some of this, right? I can probably steal all of this, because why not? Except actually the monster doesn't work for that. So, well, it's not necessarily from different angles. It's just, I mean, that's a way of thinking about it. It's more like, like I like to consider putting together a cover illustration specifically, right? Because cover illustrations are they're a sort of a beast unto themselves in the sense that there's a lot of stuff that you have to think about and manage in order to make them good. Right? And so, and I'm not saying I'm great, but it's just, there's a lot of things to manage. And so you imagine it like you're directing a scene, right? Like you're gonna take a photograph. Yes, it's gonna be a painting, but you can think of it like you're setting up a photograph that you want to take, right? For a cover or something. In order to, like, when a photographer does a photograph for an advertisement or whatever, they often will try different things. So like you'll set your composition, whether it be your models and your props up in one way, and then you'll take a picture, and then maybe you'll move the lights around, and you'll move the models around, and you'll try posing them a little bit different, and you'll try looking at it from a slightly different perspective. And you basically try different compositions, right? Because in one of them you're gonna find something that you like. You know, you're gonna find the right combination of, you know, movement and structure and you know, all that stuff. So I'm gonna remove this guy in here, right? Move this guy. Because I don't like how he's interacting with the with the characters here. He needs to be posed differently. But I don't like this. I mean, maybe we can just maybe we can just appropriate this. That is a little too big, so let's make him smaller. I don't know about having the tent behind his head. Like, I want to get them in here somewhere, but maybe like that. Okay. So if I shift Washington a little bit here, if we shift him just a tiny bit, scale. Oops. Yeah, maybe scale them. Like that. We take this guy. Now we can either put his hand right there, or we could go like that. Put him fully center frame. And then gonna fill our background with stuff. How does this read? What if? We actually didn't do this. Didn't do more stuff in the background. Yeah, but no, I don't think this works because the monster is too far back, and so it doesn't really read like these two are squaring up. So it doesn't work, I don't think. That could, though. That for sure could. Still, the soldiers in the background are kind of making this very weird. Could cut them, you know. That's an option too. Like I wanted to have something like that, but I don't know. I don't like the legs. I don't like the legs. I think I'm relying too much on this particular droid. So let's try something new. I don't know. I'm having a frustrating time with this composition here. I just realized that my whole ass monitor, one of my whole monitors is not working right now. I don't know why this is. For some reason, when I, like, certain programs, like when if I open Opera GX or something, but actually I wonder if that'll do it. Let's see if that reboots it. Might make it worse. Who knows? We'll see. Hello? What is happening? I'm not logged in at all for some reason? What the fuck? Okay, never mind. Maybe if I do it on here. I don't know, for some reason, certain thing, like opening certain things causes my GPU to do weird shit and the monitors reboot, and then apparently in this time my upper monitor decided not to turn back on. Hey, what's up, Valen? How you doing? You guys hanging out, by the way. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for chilling with me. Even if you're, I don't know, hiding, whatever. Oh man. I feel like I'm fighting with this composition too much. Sometimes it comes naturally, and other times it feels like you just, you really gotta fight for it. So, yeah. What's up, guys? How you guys doing? You guys have a nice weekend? You have an okay start to your week? It's okay. You don't have to be shy. You can tell me. You can tell me. Weekend was pretty long ago. It's Tuesday. What are you talking about? No. That's barely a day ago. It's not Wednesday. What do you know? It's Tuesday. Are you trying to gaslight me? The only place that it could possibly be 1 a.m. on a Wednesday is in somewhere that isn't America. That doesn't count. If I wanted to know what date it was somewhere that isn't here, I would say, hey, what day is it in a random part of the world? But no, we go by this time zone. This is the official time zone. That's how we do things in the world. If you didn't know this, I suppose now you do. It makes it very easy to keep an internal clock. But yeah, no, I was talking to no one really, but because I had a conversation with the ether um a little bit earlier about the fact that I'm gonna be trying to and I suppose I mean I don't who knows if I'll succeed honestly overall, but I'm gonna be trying to with setting up my new website, uh work on getting prints up for sale. I apologize in advance if anyone has been waiting for prints to be available or anything of the sort. And I apologize because unfortunately I cannot get prints in the hands of people um like via mail or the internet for what I consider to be a reasonable cost. It's a sad fact. It's a sad reality, but I cannot get you guys well I can, but in doing so I don't I like I wouldn't really cover my own costs. Which is unfortunate, but the reality of sort of print on demand stuff is that the margins on it are horrible. Just absolutely awful. Which, I mean, essentially, if you want to keep things affordable, you have to give up sort of any pretense of making your own money on the stuff you sell, which sucks, you know. The reality of reality, you know. Yeah, it's not great. It's not a great situation. I can break it down if people are interested, but essentially print on demand is convenient, right? Like the upside is the convenience. I don't need to maintain any physical inventory. I don't need to sell, I don't need to ship anything. It can be direct to consumer. I just put the link up. You guys can buy if you want, and then the print on demand company handles every aspect of fulfillment. But for that, because of that, they essentially take a 50 to 55% cut. And so what you sell what you list your stuff for, essentially you make less than half of. So if I were to sell prints, so at the convention I sold prints for $10. If I were to sell prints online at $10, I think I would average out to about like $3 made per print. Which, I mean, I get like I get it, but it's one of those things where it's like you kind of have to at that point forego any concept of actually making money on the endeavor, and instead it's just like it's I don't want to say a charity endeavor. It's just allowing things to like you're allowing a company to make most of the money to get my art in the hands of people who want it. The other option is to do it myself. Like I said, and I've already talked about this. The other option is I do all the fulfillment myself. I do the shipping, the packaging, the holding of inventory, etc. But which means that I don't have to pay the cut that the print company takes, but it means I have to pay up front for the merchandise. It means I have to pay up front for the shipping materials, and it means I have to cover the cost of shipping stuff. And because of that, it kind of averages out about the same, but you know, then it's a question of like, okay, well, how much do I offset all of those costs into the price, or do I just somehow try and provide more value per unit? What do you mean by select the lines? I'm not sure what you mean. You'll have to elaborate. Oh, no, that's just so that's just what Photoshop does, right? So what happens is Photoshop lets you do this, right? Which is oh, you can't see it. Okay. Well, okay, yeah. No, you can. Okay. So Photoshop lets you do this, which is the like lasso select, right? Which lets you define an area and you say, hey, okay, I want to move I'm going to be selecting and moving all of the pixels within this area, right? Or I'm going to be editing all the pixels within this area. And then when you actually grab your move tool and you move it, it essentially restricts the selection specifically to the pixels in the area. So it's only grabbing the lines because there's nothing else there. Everything else is transparent, right? There's just the lines on the layer. So you can see it's grabbing just the lines because those are the only pixels present in the lassoed area. Does that make sense? It's like it's like if you were, you know, like the selection, the lasso is going to give you, it's going to move everything, like all of the pixels within the area that you've selected. And so when you actually go to move them with the move tool, or which turns into like the cut tool, but whatever, that's besides the point. Then it just it snaps the selection specifically to those pixels rather than keeping it broad. It's not particularly interesting. It's just the way Photoshop's tool works. Uh, well, I mean, I don't know. I've never used any other software. I have a cat crying outside my door. Hold on. Oh yeah, she just cries sometimes. They just, you know, they just want attention for a minute or so, and then they go back to whatever they were doing. Well, that's what the client wanted. They actually they wanted him firing the gun, but I'm trying to couple different things. So I'm opting to do like I'm do this one is one where he's just you know he's just attacking with his pistol, and then this one here is which I haven't finished, is one where he's like actually firing the gun. um I don't like this composition. This one's way too flat. There are issues. I still have, unfortunately I still have issues um with uh with like this composition right here. And largely it's because the creature doesn't have enough momentum. Like he doesn't have enough movement. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have to do some variants to kind of push that a little bit more. Um, um, and then all these are just, I don't know. A lot of these are just bad, just not very good. And then I have these down here. we'll we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Still working on it. My main issue right now is making making the scene feel both open enough and also like there being some proximity there, which these are all getting pretty claustrophobic, and that's because I did a lot of like architecture with the trees and stuff. But maybe like maybe we can kind of fade our trees into the background a bit and just leave this sort of burnt space open. Kinda proceeds, I think, to beg the question, so what's the action then? Yeah, I mean, kind of. Kind of. have an idea. I'm gonna see if I can execute on it. A little weird though. Too big. Too big. Too big. Do I have kind of two? You know what? Fuck it. Book it. Just take this. Again. It's not great. It's not great. It's gonna need a lot of work to really get what I want out of this. Fuck. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna wrestle. I feel like I'm wrestling with this, and I'm not gonna get anything out of it. Feels like I'm forcing it. I don't like it. This fucking pose. Is this just aping something I already have? I think it is. Yeah. And it is. Yeah, no, I feel like I'm trying to do something, but I end up retreading the same ground here. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna submit the ones that I have, and then I'm gonna see if they like them. So let's turn this off first. First. J E, and then just do this, this, and then I already have those, so. And then I'll just refine these a bit, and then I'll call these my variants, because did I take out my interest? I was probably because I had my pen in my mouth. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, I feel like I'm treading ground on this, so I may need to seek some outside counsel. I don't know. Anyway, guys, it's 8:30. We've been on for 4 hours. I have not eaten anything today, so I think I'm gonna call it a stream there, because I am starving. I really need to get some food. So I think probably tomorrow I'm instead of this, because I'm not super in a rush for this right now. So tomorrow we're gonna try doing more on this. We're gonna try and bring this close to completion. Because I'm almost done. I just need to do, there's some cleanup on some minor stuff in here, a bunch of like ground stuff, and then some background that I gotta do. But otherwise, this is getting there, getting pretty close. So, and then once I do a quick pass on these, and I get approvals on them, we'll be back, and maybe we'll start doing a final, and then start painting. But I think that's gonna be it for me. I don't really feel like rating anyone today. I don't know. I don't think we need to. Kinda dead. So why don't we just call it an evening? I will see you guys tomorrow. For hopefully, if I'm not feeling like absolute dog shit. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you around. Have a fantastic evening.